Welcome to the shop. We're going to show you first Landon on this wicked pin block fit, right, Landon?
That's right. It's pretty wicked.
He is so done with this piano. he's very done with it. So we had to cut out to get the old pin block out. We had to cut out those squares. Did you already tell him all this another time?
I don't know if I did.
We had to cut this out. This arm had to cut that one out so we could pull the old pin block out, which is full of termites and all kinds of abominations, holes, delamination. Terrible. Loose pins, cracks, you name it, termites. So he had to duplicate this, and this was done with a couple different layers that were then screwed or glued together, but we did it all we were able to order one continuous solid block. One massive maple block. Sorry, is it slowing you down?
No.
Oh, okay, you're looking at your watch. I was wondering what I was doing wrong.
Checking the text.
Okay. So anyway, we cut those out, and look at all the features he had to put into this to duplicate exactly this notching right here, which matches up with what the plate does. The plate has these flanges, right? The block has to mate up against two flanges perfectly. 1, 2. And these have to rest on it and be mated up. And it had to end up a certain thickness for the right down bearing on the strings. So you can see he's fit that all the way across. And there's the screw holes. There's that little notch because the tenor goes down here, and that's the bass. And now and then it had to be screwed in, right? With wicked long screws on the sides.
Wicked long screws.
Yeah. So
Word of the day.
he did that, and then he's trying to fit a block to replace that before these blocks are going to be veneered to match, and so they've got to go in flush. And so now but you also have to cut out for that other piece, right?
Yeah.
So this veneer piece goes on the top. Sorry, Landon, am I stealing your thunder? I was excited about this job, but he's just sick of it. But so this goes on there. This will be re-veneered, of course, and that's the way the piano's going to look there. But look at that, just beautiful. And then we'll of course have our pattern from the pinholes, and we'll re-drill right there. But it fits the plate perfectly. And then this will just be glued perfectly straight again. This will just be a giant spine to preserve this 1800s piano. We're going to mostly cosmetic on the bridge, but we pulled the old pins. We're gonna plane it down just a little bit to where it's kind of worn anyway. Re-black it, re-notch it just a little bit so it looks like new. And then of course the soundboard cracks that are under the tape are going to get repaired. So we're going to dry the piano down after these repairs, and then do that the glue repairs. Do you have anything to say?
That was well said.
Okay.
Covered it.
Landon just wants to go home. He wants to be playing
I'm not that depressed.
frisbee golf.
I'm alright.
Okay. Just checking. But look at that fine quality Landon work. Yeah, that's really close. Except, wait, what are you going to do for this one?
So I'm just gonna stick it on because right now it lines up perfectly on the edges, right?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna take the block out and just clamp. I'll probably clamp it while it's here. Take the block out. So this piece is clamped to this piece, and then through the bottom, I'm gonna mark and punch a hole on this through my existing hole in the pin block, and just drill it.
Oh, you're talking about lining up that hole.
So that, and then while
Why don't you just make 2 marks and measure it from each one? crosshairs on the corner there?
Because this would be exact. You know.
Okay.
It'll be like.
Well, that'll be exact too.
Because I already need to have these clamped together because I'm gonna take this piece,
Yeah.
stick it up against the side,
Which is actually what I was talking
trace it.
about.
Yeah.
But
Oh, so yeah, so that's what I'm gonna do. So once
oh, I see what you're saying.
once these are
I see what you're
clamped in
saying. You're gonna
place-
take the block out of the piano and clamp them together out of the
out
piano,
of the piano.
and then you can just turn it upside down and punch exactly where that screw hole is going through.
drill it.
Because we didn't
'Cause it
realize
needs
that
to
we
go-
didn't we came across this piece after doing this. We're like, oh, that has to line up.
Yeah.
Okay.
It has to move this way. The hole has to move this way.
Yeah.
So then once these are clamped together,
Then you
I'll
can just
stick
trace
my
the
block
side
up
of
on the
it.
side, trace it.
Yeah, I gotcha. Like what you do, which that's what you did
That's what I
up
did
to this
initially,
point so
but I
far.
forgot that I had to
Okay,
include this piece. So
that's pretty amazing. All right, so that's Landon's world, and then this piano's all basically set for delivery there. And Mark's leveling keys on the Steinway D over here. Right, Mark? So we have a key level there, and this is a Steinway D from 1930. Not that fall board, but it's from 1930. So we're putting it together. We got those hammers hung here, and then Taylor traveled them and twisted them, he said. So really, this is ready to start aligning hammers as soon as we can get these keys leveled. So I think probably the best thing for me to do would just be work with Mark on this. Right, Mark? Yep, we'll answer questions. Hi, Jeffrey. Thanks for tuning in.
every 30 minutes.
Every 30 minutes. How far on the hour? Did you remove them? Now there's no high ones. So we like to take the high ones down first. So you go like this, you do that. Just a tiny bit. So let's just take some punchings off of there. Meanwhile,
There are no more punching story by all of you.
oh, I'm glad you asked that question. That's what you do. It's like I paid you to ask that question, because what if there's no more punchings to remove and you need to lower the key height? Well, we need to remove some lift in the bottom of the key. So we would do that with a little pocket plane, which I've sharpened very, very sharp. Here. So it's the same thing as removing punches. They're just not shaped like a donut. So where's your key? It needs to be removed from. So then, yeah, so just take the weight off of there. It's gonna fall off anyway. And then we'll just like from here to here, we'll just remove some weight. That was probably plenty. I had it set kind of aggressive. Now it should be low enough. Oh, you got to put your bearing on them. Sometimes those get flipped around and it'll make them lower or higher. So you could also try, those are the accelerated action bearings. You can try flipping them 180 and see if your key is lower in that other position. Because sometimes they get flipped around. You get messed up that way. And then, easy, just perfect right here. Alright, perfect, all those. Okay, we're gonna start putting punchings on here. So, let's start. Let's see if we're gonna have anything thicker than a blue. It looks like we will in the middle. So we're gonna take a cardboard. See, what's the thinnest cardboard I have here? Not that one. Not that one. Okay. We're gonna take two of these, and here you can do two. Take two of these together, stacked, and we're gonna put them underneath the rail. If they don't disturb the rail at all, then it'll accept that punching. But they do. You can try it on that one. That's the deepest one. Right? Like if you can't easily get it in there, so you have to kind of squeeze it in there. So it's too thick. So we're just gonna go blues. And I'm not gonna worry about, oh, well, we need two blues. Let's just go, just one blue real quick, one pass, and do multiple passes. See how quickly we can level a keyboard, okay? So Mark will give you a pile, give me a pile, and then you need some tweezers or forceps or something. When we're gonna stick it in the, let's see, does this have teeth? No teeth, good. So you could, which do you want?
Whichever one.
It's just to, all this is for is just to, the one you're gonna put it under, just stick it right there, okay?
Okay.
So we're gonna stick a blue under every gap that we think will accommodate a blue. If you're not sure, take two blues together and put it into the rail. And it's okay if you're not, if you miss one. It's not the end of the world. We'll catch it.
You are withdrawing your fingers.
Okay.
So this is kind of like a quick check.
Yeah, that's just like if you've never leveled keys before, or you're just like trying to orient yourself to some initial sight in, And the best way to level keys and set key height is with two people, because it takes half the time. You don't get so tired of it.
It's just less balance. It's kind of like backhanding the destroyer. Yeah. I have to make it tight.
So we're for sure going to be able to fit a couple blues in here eventually. And the best, I'll wait till the soft spot. The name of the piece? You reckon is that piece?
Possibly.
Oh, that one.
That one's WC.
Did you play them?
Wait, no. That's Miss Yan.
Did you play it?
Not that one.
I think you did. This is our previous stream where we played pieces
I'm not sure what this one.
that it's saying, hey, there's some copyright issues here, so you can't make money on ads off of these videos, but that's okay. We knew that would happen. Okay.
Oh, that was Prokofiev. That's what it Sonata Prokofiev.
Yes.
I'm trying to think, what did I play?
It's the one we just did, yeah. So, okay, you got blues there everywhere you want them. So that one's not gonna work.
Yeah, that one. I just,
Yeah. Now all we do, take the ruler off, and now what we gotta do, Mark, is we gotta work in kind of sections, okay? So you're that half, and I'm this half, and we gotta work from right to left both, or left to right, so we don't run into each other.
Sure.
So what are you gonna do?
How about right to left?
Okay, so right to left. So I'm gonna take, so you're E on that. I'll go below that, and I'll take a chunk off, and I'll set them over here, and so on. Okay.
Okay.
So we're just gonna take the keys off and stack them out of the way. Probably easier. I should have just taken the sharps off too, but then I'm just gonna put them under the corresponding pins. Just put it right under the bearing. You can kind of scoop these bearings up from the back by poking under them. A little easier than the front sometimes because there's a piece of felt in the front.
So yeah, rock 3, add me.
Let's see.
Yeah, I want
I'll get the camera in here closer in a sec. Yeah.
What do we have for options on it? I think I want it.
Okay, we'll do a new camera angle here. I just had to get enough ahead of Mark. He didn't run me over. No, I'm saying you're just right. I just need a head start for mine, okay? So we'll get here. All right. There we go. We're leveling keys. Leveling keys. Whoops, moving the camera. Leveling keys. I listened to our last stream and I really want to get better sound quality for these opportunities where we're voicing, you know, for people to hear how it turns out. I just need another mic and a little mixer board or something I can power and control the levels with through the board. Anyway, so in the future. So now I just need to put in the corresponding pin. Just wanted to make sure I got my pattern down. I'm putting them under the right pin. Yeah, I like it better when they're all removed. It's faster, I think.
These punctures are kind of tight.
They are. So they'll kind of bend when you stick them on at first, but they'll flatten out. And you want to be careful not to spin these bearings around 180, because like I said, they'll change the key height drastically sometimes. They marked the front of it with a line. So you can see, you say, okay, I just keep that line in place. There's a G. There's an F. And an E. Oh, wait, that's my F. I need my E. Right? And like Mark's doing, just put the keys back. Just let them find their holes carefully. So I'll just set these off to the side somewhere. But really, there's only one more I need to do after that, so that's easy. Middle C. hit them down a little bit. That's not how these are usually got now. That's a feed. Okay. Just put those keys back on. Then we're ready to take a look at the measurements again. Yeah, way easier with two people on this one. Either side of the punches, yeah, so it compresses that punching down. And then we'll take a look at all that. Okay, so if there are any high ones at this point, we're gonna try and push them down a little bit, okay? Sorry, let me get the camera out here. So you can maybe kind of see what we're dealing with. Alright, so go ahead and show the high ones, Mark. So those keys are moving a little bit. Right there, yep. So just push down more firmly. Which one is it?
I think it was basically.
Okay, these two right here. I'm just going to push down harder on those and see if that was enough to deal with it. So, right, if you just step down that one to do the same thing. Just push down on it really hard. Okay. Yep, perfect. Over here, I'll just get mine. We got pretty close on that path. That's good stuff. I couldn't solve it. So I'll take that one out. That's too much of the something. Oh, there's a couple here. One, two, and alright, so I'm gonna take a couple out. Before we move on with the rest. It's just easier to get rid of the high ones first. You're not dealing with high and low. Oh, do you want to kind of... So a blue was too aggressive on that, so we'll take out the white from there. Put it back in. I don't think that's in the base. that's lower. But I need to take out one from here. So rather than just put another color, I'll just take off some of the others that were under there. I hope I get the bearing there, but I wasn't paying attention. That's good. Okay, let's just double check again. Mark didn't have any high ones. He didn't make any mistakes. Okay, that's good. Okay, now we're gonna put more punching, but we don't need blues, right? We're done with the blues. So we need, what color do we need? Pinks next, the green. I don't think we have any pinks really. Well, we might. So mark a pink is a little less than a blue. I can take care of the blues. So maybe like this one's a pink. Maybe like those ones. Actually, I'll just go run here. I'll get out some greens. There's some greens if you want. They're 5,000.
So this one's 500 too?
Yeah, pink is 7,000. That's my half. What? The green?
Yeah.
There's a bag. You can just grab them. If you want a green. It's up here. Okay.
These ones are almost perfect, right?
Yeah, like you go under it, and if you, I mean, this one's touching, right? It's
Yeah.
it's not square.
Uh-huh.
We need to tilt him, but this other one's maybe just fine, or maybe a white below. So Mark beat me that round. I had more high ones than he did. It's a competition. You didn't realize that, but you did. The game is like golf. You get as close as you can without going over. Or maybe that's like some other games too. Huh?
Is there one smaller than green?
Yeah, white. We're gonna do whites at the very end.
I think these other ones are just whites.
Okay. We'll just, you don't have to worry about closing it, we might grab it again, especially the greens. Whoops. Sorry about that, everyone. Alright, everyone is in, all one of you. Okay, let's see if there's any, nope, no comments. But we're 15 minutes till 6. It's Friday night. People have better things to do than this. I'm glad for that.
Except for us.
Except for us. So you're looking right to left, right?
Yeah.
Me too.
Left to right.
You're doing
Not
left
right
to right?
left.
Oh, okay. Oh, good.
It's like my piano student I taught this last year.
I couldn't tell.
I said, okay, right hand. And then his eyes left hand.
not a bad idea to just push them down and rock a little bit when you first put a punching in. You can see we're getting pretty level up there. I mean, it looked pretty level before, but the issue was it didn't have crown in the middle, which the Steinway needs to have. Okay, so we're getting pretty level there with the whites. So we found, all right. Like, it's almost to the point where you don't need the stick to be able to tell what to do. But we'll put it on one more time. That's like, oh, the opposite key.
Yeah, I missed it.
Yeah. I forgive you. So just a few more on there. Now what we do is we switch sides. That way we get two brains checking for consistency. Okay, masterfully done. All right, Mark's gonna put the stick on. We're gonna see where we're at. Looks good on that side?
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta check on my side. For size. Ooh. This one looks like it got the bearing turned around, which is really neat. Oh no, it's fine. And while I'm looking at them, do you want to zoom in on this, Mark, from back there?
Yeah.
And one of these keys isn't square very well. There's a couple. They're kind of leaning. So I'm going to grab a screwdriver and... Are you zooming in kind of on
Yep,
it?
it's right on it.
Okay, so I'm going to just get a screwdriver on the balance rail pin and just hit over a little bit. And now that was the one. It was now it's straight as an arrow, right? See? Can you confirm that, Mark?
I can.
You can.
I can.
Okay. This one's good enough, but I'll square them a little bit. With some little taparoo. And then, oh, too far. Okay, we'll go to this guy. Little tap. And I don't even remember which one it was, so it must have straightened out. And the C's got to go back this way. And this one's in a bit. So you just kind of refine as you see it, and it starts to look really nice and straight. You okay, Landon? Yes, pretty straight. This one too. Alright, and when you do that, often the key height will go down like you're seeing. You have to add more punches in there, of course. Alright, I'm just about happy with it. So I did that. Okay. I think that's starting to look really good. Okay, that's good. Do you see any on that side? Do you want to scroll? I don't see any. They look really good on that side. Maybe these few. 1, 2, 3 right here. You're leaning to the left, right?
Like these ones?
Or yeah.
Because there's a little sliver.
Yeah, you can see like they're touching on the right corner and not on the left side. Those two, I guess.
So you just
Yeah, you brace the pin, go as low angle as you can.
well,
Yeah, and then just give it a tap. Yep. What's our camera doing at this point? Okay, it's zooming in, isn't it? Okay, so he's squaring those up. All right. Got it, more.
More?
Yep.
Sorry.
There, now look at that one. See, that one's great that you just did.
Nice.
Gonna get those two a little more.
Yeah.
So they just look, it's the difference, it's that last 10%, you know. More.
Too much?
I'll just spot it. I'll tell you if it's
This one?
one to the right of it, just another tap a little bit. Yeah. Oh, actually it's good. Never mind, go to the left, yeah.
This one?
Yep. More. That's good. It's nice to have a spotter.
Makes it faster.
Yeah, it makes it way faster. And you can see. So that all looks good to me. Okay, I think that's good.
So you're just looking basically if if it's too short, then you don't need to change it because nothing's touching. But if part of the key is touching and another part isn't, that's when you.
It's easier to see when it gets closer to the rail, that's for sure. So like there's maybe one here.
This one?
Yeah, and then there's a couple there. Yep. So we might as well do it now before we do our final pass with punchings. Okay.
And that's too short.
Right, that's common.
This one, a little bit.
Okay. Right on. We'll let Mark have his way with those and get him perfect. I mean, this is a D, so might as well go for the gold. You got a fish. Okay, so we're going greens, pinks, whites, whatever we have to do to finish up. And we just really look at this band on the top, you know, as an indicator. So even if you can't tell, for instance, you know, what this one's doing, the line on the bottom of it, well, that's not a good example. But if the line on the bottom is a little bit lower than the others, you can add a white to it to bring it up. I guess we're probably just going to need whites or greens here. Oh, that's your side.
I got some.
Oh,
Just in case.
I
If
need
you
it.
want.
Can you hand me the greens? Can you get the greens out? Okay. Oh, I've got 2 greens for the price of 1. Alright. And 1 more over there, huh? Yeah. I just say I just say this one.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good enough.
One more. What about that?
Yeah, definitely. Let's just do a clutch, just for experiment. Do a drink. You get a white under that. There's green under that. Hey, this will be our last pass on this. We'll be done. Time is it on the microwave? 6 o'clock. It's time to check the chat. I don't think a lot's going on tonight, but we'll check it anyway. It's kind of like checking the mail. Do we have any mail? Okay. Let's see. Oh, you had a couple more people join us. Welcome, welcome. Hang out here. Let's check the chat here. No questions. Okay. Everyone has a firm grasp on what we're doing here with key leveling, I guess. We're just about done with the whites, then we'll hit the sharps and go from there. If you're just joining, we'll answer questions in the chat on the half hour and the hour. You're working right, left to right, aren't you?
I am.
Oh,
Except we're not gonna run into each other, right?
we'll figure it out.
Because we have the two.
It's still good to practice. What if, we should have the piano technician Olympics, I think.
The thing
Like
is,
how fast can you level a keyboard? What were you gonna say?
you switched me sides, so my brain switched.
Oh,
You know?
oh, we gotta work on that brain.
It's the only one I have.
Gotta use it.
I'll use it.
Use your strength. Play to your strength. You want to make sure the leads aren't touching, otherwise it might get a false reading of what the key level's doing there. So check that. Okay, so now we don't really need a ruler, but I'm wondering if that one's just not squished down yet. Yeah, maybe even harder. Just like your whole weight, like you're picking your weight, your body up on the piano. And then it'll be right. Okay, so you kind of sight down and you see if you want to just add any others. Just do it without the stick. So I want to add a little one here. So I could take.
So this should be the highest point, right? This is the middle of the
E,
keyboard. E and F.
Technically, yeah.
Technically, the center there is
Center of the E.
in between.
Oh, yeah.
good.
Yeah, it looks really good. And there's a point where, you know, it's not worth fussing over because it'll change to some degree pretty quickly as it gets played in. I mean, it'd be nice if it was perfect all the time, but it's not going to be. So Mark beat me again. I had one more. I think it's because he gave me his side though. I had to mop up the mess.
But my side was fine, just to, like when I was there. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick 2 whites in, and then we'll call it good. Let's see. 1. Keep that squishes down there for me. Yeah, and then wait. Now I don't even see where I wanted to put that, but I'll put it there. This one's high. Okay. Let's see. Alright, I think I might raise a couple of these. A white. Okay. So, and I have to finish up. Now for the sharps, we want, or aka the black notes, we want 1/2 inch above the whites. No less than 12 inch. I didn't even get my pencil on there. Half inch above the whites, no less than 12 millimeters. 1/2 inch is about 12.5 millimeters. And can you get up the Jarvis gauge?
That's right.
Nope, that's the dip. And the Jarvis one's the aluminum smaller gauge. Yeah. So we need to set that, Mark, so that you have to reset it because I changed it. Where this is flush when it's 1/2 inch above the whites. So if you could do that, grab a ruler. I'll give you a ruler here. And we'll go with 12.5 millimeters ish. So, you know, you can just unscrew that as needed.
So from
So from the surface of the white key to the very top of the front of the black key. You have to go down to eye level or you're going to misread it. Well, that's the height right now, right? But we need the gauge to show where 12 is. So we need this to be, it needs to look like this when it's right, where that thing's flush.
I'm changing the gauge.
You're changing the gauge. 12.5. Let's do 12.5. We lost them all. Jeffrey Boyle said, looks like fun. And then he bailed. Okay. You're pushing the white down a
Yeah.
bit.
Okay, let's see. Oh, no, it's going. Wait, no, it's going the right way. one moving?
If you're turning it, it's moving. You loosened the thumb screw, right?
Yeah.
So is it right now?
I think it's up maybe a little bit higher. This is down, right?
Clockwise is down.
Clockwise is down. Counterclockwise is up. Let's get up a little bit more. Yeah, left keys on doing
What?
this. Yeah, left keys on doing this.
No, I left before that.
I swear it looks like exactly the same as the other time. Needs to be higher.
That should be a lot higher. Wait, why does it need to be higher? No, you're going the wrong way. Here, so
I
what?
was going the wrong way.
Yeah,
Because it
you
needs-
see what it needs.
Yeah.
We need that bottom ledge to be flush with the tube. It needs to go. Okay, how high is your sharp? Let's put it that way. How high is your? Here, okay, I'll show you how I do it. Okay. So, if you do it like, oh, it died. Let's see. Okay, so we're good. All right. So, if my key is 11, I'm just gonna like pull it up a little bit, so it's like 12 and a half. Okay. And then check the gauge. Okay, I'm like, okay, that tube needs to go down. So turn that tube down a whole bunch. On the gauge, you have to loosen the thumb screw and turn the tube down.
Which is this way.
Yeah. Quite a bit. So now you can just throw it on check. Okay, so now it's level at 11. So turn it up just a little bit, about a millimeter and a half. Oh, that's down.
Up.
Yeah, go 1, 2, try that. You should be covered. So now if I push this up to where it's 12, the gauge is right, so go up another millimeter.
Up.
Yep.
So just like
Counterclockwise. Yep. Okay.
that's good.
Let's try it. And so now if I push this up here where it's flush and then measure it, yeah, that's gonna be good. So without moving the tube, tighten that thumb screw down. Then, oops, turn that out. All right. So now we got it. So now we're just gonna put punchings in. Same thing. You're gonna guess, what do I need? Stick it under there. What do I need? Okay.
Like a quick hand.
And then you'll pass it to me. Yeah, you bet you
Are
can.
these about whites or how would you guess?
What?
Can you give me a reference?
Oh, like it's a starting point.
Yeah.
Sorry, Landon, are you okay for a second?
Yeah.
Just real quick. So like this one, it's like whatever you put under here is gonna affect this 2 times. So if you say, oh, that's the thickness of 2 blues, then probably put 1 blue. So just try, but I would try just on the end one, just so do a white on that one, if anything. Yeah, do a white on that one. And stick it under. I'm gonna give Landon a hand. But I want to show the folks Landon's wicked pin block fit. It's pretty wicked over here. He's got it wedged in there with a perfectly fit shim on both sides. All the ledges. So what do we need to do?
So I just need to drill a hole in this real quick.
Yeah.
Could you just hold it level? It's just like long enough.
Yeah, I can do that. I can do that with one hand, man. Watch this. Okay, Lannon's drilling a hole here.
Beautiful.
There he goes. Moment of truth. Moment of truth. Does it line up
Let's hope.
with the hole? We can only hope. Oh, I've never seen a better inline hole.
Wow. Good.
So
Good.
that lost him. Okay.
So now I gotta just. Yeah. Okay.
So do you have to bevel that then? The
Yeah, I was
screw
gonna
sits
bevel
flush in that piece.
And then we'll be good to go.
Nice.
Yeah, I've got these.
We're so close. This thing was so in pieces. And to see it come together is very nice. Yep. We're going to get new veneer, of course, on these arms. We can't get East Indian rosewood to match. We have to get Brazilian rosewood, or what was the other one? Do you remember?
I think he said he has Brazilian.
Yeah, he has Brazilian, and he can get one other kind. But we're going to color it to try and match. But yeah, there's an embargo on East Indian rosewood, I guess, which makes sense. So, anytime, Landon. So, if you've ever done a pin block, it's not so much a pain as this one usually. Nope. But I'm just happy. I'm just so happy that piano's going to be solid. We're still waiting on this string to come in that they messed up. Did that string come in, Landon?
I haven't seen it.
Okay. Meanwhile,
I haven't checked the mail.
back at the D keyboard, Mark is measuring away, choosing his punchings wisely. And then as soon as he gets to the middle, I'll choose my half while he puts his in. We already leveled the whites. This jig is called a Jarris jig. I don't remember where I got it. Hopefully it's still available. If not, I'll get some made and sell them to you or something. But they're not too bad. But they're just really handy for working on the sharp keys here. So there's a thing a gauge on the top. It'll tell you when it's flush. It'll tell you. So right now we're setting the sharp keys 12.5 millimeters above the whites that we already leveled. And that is kind of a magic number, I feel like. Half an inch. If it's lower than that, it just doesn't feel right. If it's higher than that, it doesn't feel right. You know, so let me see if I can zoom out a bit. But that's what he's doing. He's just looking. He looks right at the top on there. And if it's flush at the top of that tube, the inner core is there's a ledge. If it's flush with the tube, then he knows it's at 12.5 millimeters. And we set it to that. It's easy to change the gauge. It's adjustable if you wanted to do some other kind of height to match a piano you're doing, or a certain design. That's what we're doing. Is it my turn?
Yeah.
These are my favorite pieces anyway. You don't even know.
I do not like something.
Can I have the punching, please?
Yeah.
Whoa, this one's low.
Yeah. I want to use on a lot of them.
Yeah, I'm gonna put 2 blues under this one. And it's a competition, so if I don't get too high on mine, I lose points. You want to get just right up to where you need to be, not any higher. So I'm getting risky though, because you also gain points if you finish your side before the other person. These are super low, which makes sense because we raised. The keyboard was pretty level before, so I have somebody else do key tops. They do a marvelous job and key bushing, and then they'll kind of rough in the key level. And the keys were pretty level, but he uses a straight stick, not a crowned one, for the Steinways, and so we had to add the crown basically in the middle, and that's why we're having to raise up so much in the middle here. You put drill bits, never mind. See how quickly I produce those for you? I'm gonna do a green on that one. Mark's defying the laws of the two-man keyboard job. Like, fine, I just have to work left to right too, right?
Are we going the same way?
Yes, currently. Yes, we are. So, that one's probably a white. Do you have a whites over there? A bag of whites?
I have these. Let's call it that.
Yep. Oh. Puncheons are pretty cheap. If you drop them on the floor, by the time you pick them up, you've spent more money picking them up than just reordering more. So, remember that. Okay. Yeah, the ends are just right. It's just we added some crown there in the middle. That's what we're different. Now I'm gonna put these under. Working left to right. I mean, right? Left to right, right? What do you think of that far right? I'm not good with my left. Wow, I nailed those. How's your set going?
Back to that. Punches.
The sharps go fast. Like when you're leveling keys, you're like, man, I still have to do the sharps too, man. But then you do them and you're like, oh, these go 2/3 as fast. No, they go fast. There, because there's fewer of them, obviously. don't do anything else but level at keys and set the key bit properly on pianos, you'll be doing the world a great service. I'm being bullied.
Pardon me?
Yeah, you're too close. You get the head start, that's why. No, you're fine. Okay. I would look, so in the US we have the Piano Technicians Guild, the PTG, and we have a local chapter, we meet monthly, and I've always thought I would love to just give everyone a keyboard and have a race, you know, like how fast can you get this with your teammate, you know, within a green punching with the right dip, you know. Because I think that skill would be more valuable. A lot of times people get talking about some pretty nerdy stuff and it doesn't really have practical applications. But this does. This, you do this and the pianist makes fewer mistakes. And that's the very definition of practical. Wait, we have to switch sides to check.
Oh. Sorry.
I didn't tell you that.
No, this is
The consistency. If we all get doing things the same way, then it's a really consistent thing. No, this one got messed up. Alright, I'm done. Okay. Let's switch spots.
my style.
It looks harder. Looks like there's no word.
How do you know?
Because I'm gonna have to put a punching on here again.
That's just one though.
Okay. There we go.
I had no reference point.
I know. I had a couple songs so it's fair. Actually, you beat me twice, so it's fair.
Only two so far.
Yeah. 3.
It's
If you get off by more than a green. Yeah, you're in trouble. Right? So green is 5 thousandths, the whites are 3 thousandths. The only way to do this is to have fun. And that's a lot harder when you're by yourself. And it's better. I'll usually cut myself with a pizza or something like that. I'm afraid that's a kink. That's a demerit.
I'm okay with that. Sometimes I'm kind of deep, but I wasn't sure how much to do.
I'm probably not. It's probably a thing. I was just hopeful. That one's a blue. And what happened to this deep black? Did it get put in there? Oh no, it wasn't pushed down yet. Pink. And blue. Okay, your turn. Why did you say no?
Because it's like this for me.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's like blue blue.
That's not maybe it blue. Yeah. So if it's more than a green, or you go too high, it's -1. So you got minus.
Oh, it's like blue blue.
Yeah, that is. You got -3. Oops.
That's -points. Technically that added up to 5. Oh, we're trying to save time here, right?
Yeah, that's level.
That's what all your papers are going to say. 1.5 hours. 2 hours
Is this?
on the board.
Oh, did someone try and figure out how long it's gonna take, or?
It's like next to them. It says well, like 2 hours for this or something like that.
This has been Taylor's idea.
It kind of scared me a little bit. So I was like, I'm not gonna be that fast. These ones are good.
Of course they are. So how many points did I lose?
1, 1.
I'm still down 1 though. Yeah.
That seems like an unfair.
So you can start throwing those in.
Yeah.
for me? And I've said before, if the whites are off by a tiny bit, and you can't tell with your eye, then just leave it, because it doesn't matter. The thing that matters is the dip that we're going to set, how far the keys can travel down, actually. So as long as they're really, really close, we're good on this one. I'm going to point out something if you're working on sharps. I'm going to point out one other kind of hallmark of sharps when they're right here. Let's see. So we're going 12.5 millimeters on these. And I was always taught that if you look at this bevel on the bottom where it starts to go straight down, right where the bevel starts, if it's bisected by the white keys, that's the correct place. So in its height, if it's bisected by the white keys. And you'll notice when you're setting these that if you do half an inch or so, that'll more often than not be the case, that they will look just like that. So they have a look to them, and also the height difference is key for hand position and just the way it feels, right? So
Does this one, would that need another white?
so this, I'm gonna get on this to show the people's. So he says, does that need another white? I mean, that's so close. Look at it, look at the black visually by itself. Does it look a little lower? It does. So just add a white. And I've got to take a call. I'll mute it here. Mark. The sound and whatnot. Just gotta call my wife back. Yeah. I don't think they'll care. Yeah, maybe. I think Jay will be fine. Yeah. Well, let's just give it to him after. Let's do that still. He'll appreciate it. Oh, okay, I'll check it. Let's get it out. Well, if she finds a suitable person, she could go to them back and ask them if they want Suki. She's too hyper. Oh my, that's hard. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Well, not really, but well, I can't do that. Yeah, I hope it's not that. No, I already set it up. No, I've already. No, I can't. Anyway. Okay. I haven't noticed one yet. Yeah. So. No, I doubt it. Okay. Sounds good. Bye. This is like perfectly flush. It's like, it feels great. Doesn't look flush because there's just a little gap. That'll be filled.
Yeah.
But it is perfectly flush. And then on the inside there's going to be a layer of veneer. So it's perfectly recessed for the new veneer. Fit in there like a jigsaw puzzle piece. Look at that. This is just like great along here. It just mates up with that. See that ridge that he lined up with the plate? Beautiful. And yeah, and we've got good bearing on the bridge. I already checked that. So it's pretty awesome. And this will be bent out so that it matches up the front. He'll just, when we glue it, we'll glue it that way. Perfecto. Perfecto. And this, in this case, the customer is going to keep the plate looking antique. We're just going to clean it off and clear coat it. So that'll be really cool. I think we're also going to preserve the stamp decal here. We'll just put a little vignette around it. And that'll be neat. Maybe airbrush to blend it a little bit. And wow, this is a big job, but it's like so good. It's gonna be so solid when we're done. We gotta grind a few of those screws off underneath. That's no big deal. So I think we're gonna dry it down next and do soundbar repairs. And I'm gonna put a new back action, Wetzel Nickel and Gross back action back there. And of course I'll probably film that process so you get to see that. And we're going to do that before we actually glue the block in place. so that it's easier to get back there. But we had to get all these blocks fit so that they can be taken and veneered. And wow, Landon's worth his weight in gold. He's really taking this and run with it. So that's a thing of beauty. Like I said, the bearing on there is going to be just right. Show you, let's see. Look at this string. Something wrong there? No. Let's see, where's the strings? Here's one. Just gonna, oh, thanks. Oh, I thought you were holding that for me. I'm gonna hold that just upright. Not that anyone's on there, but I'm just gonna demo the, take a look at the bearing here. So it hits the front, the back of the bridge, and then there's about a dime's worth off the, can you see that on there? Or no?
Sorta.
You can zoom in.
It's like I need to get more level. How do I take it out of this?
Like that.
Now you gotta watch the viewer.
So, now you zoom. So the
Yeah.
string hits the front of the bridge, then the back, and then look. There's that much bearing still there. So that's gonna be great. I'm gonna plane a tiny bit off the bridge down to where it's worn. So that should be plenty. Let me check the other side of this section real quick. See if it's similar. Aha! Yes, it is. So it hits the front side and the back. Front side of the bridge. Oh, that's a good shot. Front side of the bridge, back side of the bridge, and we have that much bearing after that. See that? It's just right. So that'll be good. We'll see if the soundboard's any good when we repair the cracks and if it can radiate sound at all. But the bearing will be good. We'll know we'll have that on there. So yeah. Thanks, Landon.
Yeah. So
Have we featured this hoist? This is an expensive but necessary hoist. It's variable speed. So one person can be dropping and lowering raising the plate at just tiny little increments. Like so. Of course it's screwed in, we don't want to rip it out. So you can just baby it. So it's really easy to do this without doing damage, and then if you don't want to wait all day for that to move around, you could just speed it up. Right?
yeah,
Okay.
beautiful thing.
I love it. Before we used just like an engine hoist, and that does it at an angle, doesn't lift it straight out, and this makes all the difference. We can do it without touching the rim, at all. So that's a really great setup. And then here's a pin block drill. We'll show you that sometime if Landon hasn't already. You haven't drilled anything, right?
No.
Next time we're drilling a pin block, we'll film it. Oh, Mark's just taking a break over here. Okay, so we got it all leveled.
If there's just like the tiniest little bit
High.
below,
Well, again, so if this one's just a tiny bit below, just look at it. Just stick a white on it, because it's okay if it's a little bit high.
okay. I would
Yeah, it's just, and honestly, functionally, it won't matter that little amount, because we could make the dip however we want to match the aftercuts. But if we do make them all the same, really, really close, we'll be able to set the dip with the gauge, and it'll be really close. There'll be minimal refinements needed.
There's a few then that I would like.
Oh, okay.
That's the piece that's.
Yeah. Like that one?
Yeah, I think that's okay.
Yeah.
No,
No? Oh, that one's good. Okay. You know, when you're doing keys on the sharps too, if a sharp is further forward or back from the whites compared to its neighbors, and there's a bigger gap or a less, it'll give the illusion of being higher or lower when it's not. So you just have to watch that, and you have to just go with a gauge like this. Now, if you're going off of natural ivories that have, or the keys are warped or something, this gauge may not be so great. In which case, just we can do the same thing. We can prop up the sharp keys on the ends and use a straight edge across in that case. So, but this way functionally is going to be more, I don't know, I just like it. Then we can put our punchings back on the ends. And this end sample is way lower because that's where it was to start. And I just had to, I knew I was going to have to raise it up a little bit. But we set the ends just to where it gave us the least amount of work in leveling. Because I know they're close enough to each other in height that it shouldn't matter on the keyboard how it looks in the piano. In fact, if I were to get a height off of these, let's see. Let's see, I'm going to put a ruler to it. You know where that millimeter ruler went, Mike? We had, is it on that side? Okay, so I'm just going to see from the workbench to the bottom lip of this key is 66, okay? Then we'll see what it is over here. I'll get behind Mark and just check over here. Don't try and sit down, Mark. Okay, so, oh look, 66. You see, I knew. And that may be the result of the person who who does the key tops for us. He's pretty meticulous. It may be that he did that originally, going close to what was there and then just averaging it out or matching them, but they're off the workbench, they're the exact same height. So we're in good shape now to start aligning parts in the action, which we are going to do. Okay, you happy? So now we're going to get these weights off and then put your punchings back under there. Now, these weights aren't the exact weight, of course, as the actual parts. There might be slight variations when we stick the stack on, but from what I've seen, it's good enough. Okay.
Hey, Ira.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna wait to do this
Yeah, what?
I'm just gonna wait to do this lock notch until Christoph has this piece done so I can see
Okay.
how it goes. I'm just gonna get started.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do that.
Okay, so over here, I'm gonna
messed
steal the
up.
camera. What?
I messed up. I
With
put
the
them on the wrong side.
oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, we're gonna film this plate hoist, not a heist. A hoist. Okay, we're gonna demo this because I didn't. This hoist cost me a lot, but I just want to demo how valuable it is. Okay. To me anyway. Okay, so he says that the plate is free. Kind of freaky. But it's working. Get out of your way. We're gonna stick this piano in the drawing room. So we've got to clear some area out of the drawing room, and we got to put the legs back on here. Do you want me to lift so you can put the legs on first?
Sure.
You got both in here, or where are they?
So this is the one stripped.
But not on both, right?
This is another one on this one.
I mean, just on. Oh, is there only one screw hole to lock it in place?
Yeah, it's just on the back side of each leg.
Ew.
So it's kind of sketchy.
This screw hole is stripped. Well, let's stick the other leg on. Meanwhile, maybe I'll just stick a piece of dowel in there, hammer shank in there with it, you know. Or a dowel. Maybe I can just pound a dowel into it.
That'd be good.
Is that high in there? Is it?
Maybe.
Oh, it's really high. I can't see it. That was too long.
This piano needs like 2 Tupperwares. There's so much stuff.
Two, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is there a 7th one of these somewhere? I don't see one. Just trying to keep this leg coming out before we actually repair the stripped screw hole, but that'll do it. We're gonna clear out this closet, Mark, so we gotta clear some things away. Okay. Hey, would you do me a favor actually, before we grab that? I'm just gonna lift this piano and wheel it on 2 legs. Can you grab that thing and put it up over here?
Yep.
Maybe so. So we got the leg off this piano. I was just thinking it'd be cool to have a piano designed like this with this back tilt on it, you know? I just think that would be cool. But anyway, we're doing repairs. We can't put the back leg on that till the apron's repaired on that. Then we're gonna start working on the soundboard on that one, and then this one also. But right now we're just trying to clear out our closet so we can get this other piano drying down. Landon, you on the phone? This piano through. Our shop capacity is designed for 7, and we have 9 and a piece in here. So that's kind of what we're dealing with today. That's why we're having to scoot things around all weird. But anyway. Okay. Let me know when you're off the phone. Jeffrey Boyle says, nice work, Landon.
Oh, thanks, Jeffrey. I'm just touching this piano.
No, we're gonna get all this stuff out of the fire station. We're gonna drive. So everything flammable for sure. And this is a soundboard. Bolt 2. Just put it back there maybe. We're going to get everything flammable out of this room and use it as a drying room. Throw that on top of the office space. And it's only 76. Yeah, for gluing. There's a couple, I'll leave them in here, I guess.
What about these like wood blocks? Wood blocks.
Yeah, well, this,
Do you want me to roll this piano in then?
no, this is,
Oh, that one.
that's Russell's, careful. It's over. Slide this over here so we can roll that one. Good. Good. And- Oh. You want to carry the blankets?
Sure. Let me start with those.
Yeah, oh, yeah, sorry.
I wasn't sure we want
Of course, of course. Beautiful sound.
What note is that?
Where's the heater?
Like a couple.
Now,
Oh, where did the heater go?
the heater?
Yeah.
I threw it away because it's summertime.
Oh, you put it up there?
Yeah.
Oh, that's what dries it out.
I didn't know what it was.
That's okay. I'm not making fun of you.
It's taking initiative. It's too much.
I know. Taking good initiative. One of these days we'll bring this baby to full glory. This
What do you mean this E-Class
this Harrington.
Oh dear.
Mark tuned it. Mark, show us your tuning. I just kidding. It's not super tunable. But he did as well as anyone could do on it, I think. Prepared piano.
That was beautiful.
Yep, I've got something special lined up for this one, but anyway. So we set up the dryer here. Oh, it's dusty in there, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's just we just set a space heater in there. We don't need any blankets or anything because we just close it up. And here in the desert, we do dry really well. So. Yep. So the idea here is everything will dry, the board will contract, the cracks will get bigger, the holes technically will get smaller, right, I think, but the cracks will open up a little more because the board overall will shrink, and then we've got it taped off on the top, so then we'll flip it upside down and we can feel all the voids and cracks with very, very slow setting, very thin epoxy. It wicks into there. It does a really good job. It takes like a full week to really cure or more. And then once that's set, we pull the tape and we can refinish the board and keep working from there. So we might as well hit the light on. So we'll let that do its thing.
You're only
Airtight.
somewhere in the shop there.
Darn it.
Airtight. So all zero of us here. Oh, one of us. Okay, so now we get this keyboard, but it's 7:15. I imagine some people want to go home besides me. So, but I'm gonna keep working. But so next step is to get the stack on this baby here. You done for the day, Mark?
Let's see.
7:15. I don't usually share my Big Daddy's pizzas. I'm just kidding. You're welcome to do whatever you want.
Do we have water?
Landon hasn't bought any new water yet.
That's okay.
But I mean, there's water. You know.
It's,
I'm the only barbarian though that drinks out of the tap, apparently.
I have been to survive.
Survival mode.
Need to do a shopping trip. Well, do you actually want me to?
Yeah. If you want food and water.
I would know. You need the card on the weekend.
You could be.
I'll just bring it home.
Sure. Yeah.
Shop.
You were down. I mean,
I didn't realize that.
if we get Alan to do it for Mark, it's even better.
Do you want to do it, Mark?
do what?
Shop.
Find a shop.
Shop.
Shopping for Scooby snacks.
I have
How
no.
do you get open food pies? That's my favorite place.
Shopping for
What I've
Scoobies.
heard is if I'm the one shopping, I get to do whatever I want.
That's right. If you're going shopping, you get to pick. Except I don't like bologna
Well, that's
or
all I'm
stinky
getting
meats.
is bologna. That's it.
No stinky meats.
Salami, pepperoni, prosciutto.
Okay. Right. You get the stack screws out of the pill bottle over there.
So that you bought drugs from BYU.
What's that?
You bought a bunch of drugs from BYU.
I didn't.
You
My mother-in-law. She takes a lot of pills.
did. You're dealing.
So she she gives us to us is great. The pill bottles. Pill bottles are great for screw bottles, and they're really handy, especially the ones that have a quick release top. I spent forever looking for them. For some reason, they're not obvious, but it says stack screws.
Are they in USGWC Sostenuto?
No, they're in a bottle that says stack screws.
Music, red, lead.
Mark, that's why. Mark, I put them here. That was my fault. I wasn't obeying the shop rules.
Sent on a wild goose chase.
So then if we, I hate it when people do that to me, so sorry.
No, it's good.
So a magnet pickup will do well. You want to bring the camera over, Mark? Don't mind. Now that you just got comfortable.
Sorry.
Landon's lasagna, is that what that is?
It's chicken fettuccine.
Thank you.
Good. 7 o'clock dinner.
So, put the stack on here. I think we already checked the key easing on this the other day, I thought. I better do that really quick before we commit here. Usually on the old pianos, the balance rail holes are not a problem. If anything, overworn sometimes we have to do repairs on them, but we'll go with this. Can you check the bottom half for easing keys, if whether or not we need to?
Like,
Yeah, the front rail side to side. Oops. There we go. Just want to make sure the keys are eased before we lock down the stack here. What's that?
felt loose to me.
Yeah, the balance rail, but the front rail
Oh.
is what we want to check, because that'll make a sticking key, right? Okay, we need to go through it a little bit. Just real quick. So if you want to hold the stack off, get one more, couple more screws out of here. 1, 2, 3, I think is all right. All the other screws are out. Yeah, I think that's it. Watch the tripod behind you. Okay, we're gonna use these keys real quick. Sometimes when you do a lot of keyboards, when you're prepping a lot of pianos, I'll forget. I think, oh yeah, we used the keys on that one, but it was a totally different piano I'm thinking of, you know. So I'm gonna check in the down position, side to side. And these are rebushed old keys, so I need to squeeze even lighter on these than I would a new keyboard. But it's super critical that we don't have excess friction here.
So what are you looking for?
We want a defined bump in the down position, but not overdoing it. So if you brace it at the balance rail here, and so that doesn't wiggle, and then wiggle the front and feel that bump. Feel that bump. Have your hand be nice and loose and flexible and quick. Feel the bump.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like
that's
a bump in the
on the side to side. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Right,
kinda
like when it hits the pin.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so we want a defined bump, but not too big, because we want it to stay at home. We don't want it clacking to get, it would be really wobbly and loose, but we want it to be really free and not adding extra friction either. So then if it's not, so feel this sharp. Look, it moves side to side, but if I brace this, I'm not getting a bump like I was in the others.
Yeah.
It's grabbing it kind of tight on the front, and that's game over. So check it out now. Let me test it first, make sure I got there. Oh yeah, check it out now.
Oh yeah.
And that's going to shrink up a little bit by the time I get to the end. So you want to keep looking, match them up to this end one, okay? To the A. And you just squeeze just really lightly at first until you get a feel for it. Okay. And I'll grab another set of pliers. See you later. So I bought some Chinese manufactured copies of some different types of key easing pliers. There's this type, There's this type, and then there's that one. That one's my favorite still. I tried these, but I can use these others. So maybe I'll work with this one. And yeah. So we'll split the keyboard in half, and then we'll switch places and check it. I'll go a little more than half, okay, Mark? I'll go to
So
this.
can you just check? So this one, I think it's good.
It's passable, but is it the same as this?
Okay. But
Yeah,
this one,
it's close.
This one isn't. Right?
Yeah, that's too tight.
Okay.
And that one's too tight.
I just want to make sure I'm going.
Yeah, I'm gonna start at C3 and go up, okay?
Okay. So just lightly at first.
Yeah, just really lightly until you can get a handle of how much change it's making. And usually on just one side for these, because the newly bushed keys, you can compact them really quickly. The wood has been freshly steamed, the felt is fluffy, the glue is new. They're fairly compactable. So, I know I said I would answer questions, but I don't think we've had anybody kind of tuning in. But I'll check at 7:30 if anyone's there with us hanging. I'll answer any questions or respond to any comments. And we want them overall consistent. Key to key, that's the goal. So there are 3 points of friction on the key just by itself, Mark. Can you name it?
3 points of friction.
Yeah, 3 areas that we want to ease because they're
Or the bushing.
to the front rail.
And then, what do you call these again?
Balance rail
The
pins.
balance rail, right?
So where it goes through the hole at the bottom.
And then,
And then you're really warm. You're already close to the same spot.
it would be,
It's just the balance, the bushing, the balance hole
oh, the
bushing
bushing. Oh,
at
so
the top because it grips it at the bottom and the
Oh,
top.
okay.
I mean, it shouldn't grip it at the top. It should have a little bit of play, but it guides it. I cut a key in half in a previous stream to kind of show what the cavity in here looks like. If you're interested in that, you can come back through the streams. I hate to do that to you, sorry, I know there's a lot, but it's back there somewhere. So prepping the keyboard like this is a big thing. We do, key leveling, key easing, making sure it's clean. No excess friction. That's the huge component, and then the other one is prepping the hammers that we glued on. making sure that they're traveling correctly and not running into each other, in other words, as they move up and down. And then that they're twisted correctly.
Can you show me one more time?
Difference? Well, it's hard enough as they're used. There's no time for it. Let's see. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, I just can you just check
Check
the
those?
line and just see which one's right?
This might be a little more. This might be a little more. I mean, you have to kind of go back through this.
Yeah.
This is different type. Looks like they're all a little bit tight for the most part. This one's pretty loose. Maybe slightly overboard.
I don't think I even got that one.
Maybe. Yes. The other one's for the most part a little bit loose. Yeah.
So we're trying to make it tighter or looser?
We're trying to make it looser. More, like in other words, if we don't feel a bump, it's because it's making contact still with the pin, right? Do a little bit of a gap between the sides of this mortise and the pin, just to free it up. This is something that you gotta do on new pianos a lot, especially like uprights. Sometimes they won't be, you definitely have sticking keys if you don't do this before it goes into the home. So this is what I've noticed. When the pianos come to Utah where it's more dry and they've been in a more humid climate, these front rail bushings can tighten up. I've never seen them get more loose, they tighten up. The screws on the action that hold the parts together get loose. The key leads, the key lead holes, you know, for these leads that are put in here, those holes will grow when it's more humid. So you'll get loose key leads in the more humid time. Now, I know there's another thing that can happen to key leads where they'll oxidize and the lead actually kind of grows. And that's a different thing, right? And I think that's probably high humidity areas that'll do that. But when in our climate, during the most humid time of the year, the key leads will get loose. And yeah. Do you want to flip me sides and I'll check over there and you check over here?
Put 'em up kind of really.
Yeah, this one takes a little bit to get a handle.
I think you're trying to get up.
Yeah. And then what'll happen is when someone's learning this, they'll be like, oh, okay. And they get it. And then like they'll do some pianos and I'll come behind and I'll be like, oh, that's too loose or that's too tight. You know, your sense of what's going to work on the field has to be kind of adjusted, kind of like tuning. And I have a rule, the cheaper the piano, you probably need more bump, more gap, because the wood doesn't seem as stable on those. The more expensive pianos, you can handle just a tiny bump, and it'll be stable. And usually, I figure on 2 passes of this, unless you have a real stubborn keyboard.
Size doing okay.
Hmm?
Size doing okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just like making them more consistent, but they were all bumping at least, you know. There's none that were totally seized up. Because they don't stay where you put them. It's like tuning.
In a perfect world.
That's right.
But no work then.
That's right. In a perfect world, I wouldn't have a job. Because most jobs are based on problems that people have that are solved, right? It's a little tight. I think I'm ready to call it good if you're ready. Over there.
What's this one?
A little tight. It's got a bump for sure.
But it's good.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
plenty bump. Mm-hmm. There's not much of a bump on some of these, but it's enough. No, they're pretty consistent. So now we'll put the stack on. These are hard without a magnet, these front ones. Okay. So, that's where we get going. Thanks. find any that are stripped or nearly stripped. Let me know. Fix them now.
I don't even know if I know how to tell that.
If it doesn't come to a like snug stop, you know,
Then,
it's about to strip.
this one might be done.
And you try not to push it, like, you know.
Yeah.
I thought I remembered one the other day. It was like that.
That might be this one.
Okay. If so, we'll just do toothpick repair on it. Oh, this one too. Yeah, I think there's two. So we're gonna do a little strip screw hole repair. That one snugs.
Okay.
You're just being careful what you do. That one snugs fine. So it's just this back one here. I'm gonna grab a toothpick. What time is it, Mark?
But it's 7:37.
Oh, we missed our chat questions. Are there any chat questions?
That's a good question. Nope.
No chat questions. Okay. Anyone tuning in that we can tell?
One.
All right. A die hard. Like this. Okay, we need some glue behind you. And the screw's only going to penetrate in here about so I'm just going to break it because we got the stack on. And then, yeah, we'll just put a smear on here. Just put a smear of glue right there and sink it into the hole. And the screw, I'll kind of tap it down into the hole with the screw first before I start screwing. Yeah, I want to make sure it cinches that down all the way. Otherwise you don't have a stable blow distance. Now we need to get out our caps and wrenches. Here's caps and wrench. Mark, you grab mine. Right here. And we're just going to rough in the blow distance to help us with our regulating. So make them all. So I'll just do a couple. Just run them till they're about a shank's width off the cushion. Like that one, okay? And then I'll just like this and this. Yeah, so like you could fit a shank under in between there. It's a little less, right? That one's already there. Just kind of, it's just really rough.
Are you saying these
That one's
hammers
already
are
there too.
at the right height?
That's a pretty good hammer line for a beginner maybe, but not for me. Yeah, so just run them up or down quick. So this will help so they're not rubbing on the action when we're throwing it in, and also that they're suspended so we can already start regulating once we get things aligned. Yeah. So at this point though, you just kind of like run a line between these two, you know?
Yeah. So you just do the ends and then.
I don't usually, I just go for it.
Oh, okay.
But just make it kind of a straight line. But you just don't sweat it at all, or it's just a waste of time. Because we know things are going to change considerably as we get regulating in here. Okay, so, oh, we got 3 people joining. Welcome. We're rough regulating a Steinway D from 1930 on Friday Eve. So, we're just roughing in the blow distance there. Now we got another person, Mark. Welcome, everybody. We'll be answering questions on the half hour and the hour. Mark is roughing in the blow distance. We just barely leveled these keys, which had new key tops on them, new key bushings. We eased the keys to make sure that they're not too tight on the pins, key pins. And then we put the stack on. Now we're just roughing in the hammer line to where it's not in the way and it's ready to start aligning and regulating.
Does right tighten it, or
If you turn this way, that's counterclockwise. So it's turning the screw out. So it'll raise it, yeah, it'll raise the hammer. And I'll get another caps and screw to help. If I can find it. I just made a caps and screw. We'll see if it works. Just out of whatever. You can kind of do this at the same time. Lessen that bend so I don't hit the ribbons. So if you're really anxious to get into this work, you don't have a caps and screw, just buy a little piece of metal and bend it. It should do the job. Get you by in a pinch anyway. Don't break the ribbon.
That was the side of the drop.
Good. Oh, I gotta make my thing narrower. I don't want to have a grinder on there just to polish her, so it's a little slower. We're not going for a perfect line here, we're just getting them off the rest cushions and getting them from being too high, close to where they're going to end up, more than likely. So regulating with new parts versus prepping a new piano and doing regulation, kind of a completely different game. There's a lot more prep you kind of have to do to get the new parts to work out. And number one thing first that we're going to visit is alignment. I just love the fact that we get to work on a Steinway D right now, basically. That's going to turn out really good. Thought Mark was going to beat me with the real tool. Have you ever set low before?
I think I did last year a little bit.
A year ago. A year ago. It's for a while. Yeah.
Oh, that's stuff I did. Stuff I did.
Oh.
And then I figured out my phone.
So these are all current production Steinway parts that we're putting in this piano. They're made by shanks and the hammer shanks, and the repetitions or whippings are made by Renner for Hamburg, Steinway, and now New York also. And the hammers are made in New York. For their recipe. This piano we've had for a while because it got refinished in polyester, which takes some time. And it's an old piano. The case was in real bad shape. I mean, it was mostly made out of Bondo. Someone had painted it with just like regular primer and who knows what. And it was a mess. Am I interfering right now with your spot?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Let me know and I'll back off. This is where the screw turning comes in here. All right, so that's good enough for us here. Now while he's finishing up, I'm gonna snug the screws and make sure they're all snug before we start aligning. And after we glued these on, you didn't see these steps, but the hammers were traveled so that they went straight up and down more or less. If we saw any coming in towards each other or out away from each other, we tilted the flanges with paper to straighten that out. And I'll do some more of that though once we see how they align with the strings. These are all tight for the most part. I'm going to go ahead and blow this action off before we stick it in the piano too. Because when I was grinding the hammer shanks off, got a little bit of dust on it. You can't see the hammers, huh? No. Oversight there. So again, just making sure these screws are snug so that whatever alignment we put on this, it will hold well. Okay, so that's good.
Well,
Yep.
we know who the expert is and who isn't. Still want
That's
this.
okay, Mike.
That's quite good enough. But
Yeah,
I'm a little high on it.
That's
so-
good enough because it's going to change a lot, like as we do different adjustments. So let's see. We'll just get an angle back here for the piano. Okay, here we go. Yeah, that's right. There should be one. Well, there's that one there. Especially on the top of here where the dust is. Yeah, you can still continuous. Our compressor can handle it. It just popped off the nozzle. Yeah, I'm going to have to do that. Actually, do you want to set it in then? You want to throw it in? Now we decided before I want to move this plate this way 1/8 of an inch. So I'm going to go ahead and take this plate off and chisel that and do that. Plug up the screw holes and whatnot. You want to film this, Mark?
Yeah.
So what I found on some of these D's is, maybe even B's, is sometimes if I move the strike point of the base different, it'll create some more sustain. Oh, I need to check. I need to confirm which direction we're going. I might remember it wrong. It's back the other way. Yeah. I'm gonna move it back. Like 16. Just a little bit. Yeah, I'm glad I confirmed that. We want to move it back a little bit. Which, when I look at the alignment of it, it is like compared to this notch that they routed out. That seems to fit in better. So I'm not sure how it ended up this way, but I think anyway, it adds to the sustain and the sound. Just the tone quality of the middle sounds more correct to me. I'm just gonna pop that off. Just kind of pry that off, and then we're gonna get a 7/32 drill bit and just drill these out, because we're gonna have to put a hole really close to where these were, so we have to plug them up. So, gotta find where my bit went. So I have a lot of hammer boring bits to fit things differently, and I'm not sure which is which, but I'll just get out some hammer shanks and test it out. I think that's one of them. I'm gonna grab a drill, Mark. It still has batteries, probably over by Landon. So, yeah, oh, it's 8 o'clock, but it doesn't look like anyone has any questions. If you're thinking of something right now, go ahead and shoot it up there. I'll go ahead and chisel back about 1/8 of an inch. That one bit in that I got out. So we're gonna go a couple millimeters right there. Just gonna score a line on that. Got my line. I'm gonna go ahead and just chisel that out there. You want to find, Mark, a piece of wood that we could use to space the other side back so it's tight again. Okay. Okay, that was pretty clean. Got that chiseled out, and then Mark's going to chisel that out pretty clean. Stephen Nightingale. Hi, an issue with the Yamaha YU30A. When the unicorder pedal is depressed, it's causing several keys to dip unevenly across the lower octaves. Is it a bridle strap issue? Yes. So let's go jump on the, that is a bridle strap issue. Let's go jump on an upright here real quick. That's a great question. I love piano questions. That's why I'm doing this. So I'm glad you asked it. Let's see, we're just gonna wheel this. Bear with us here. We gotta get our thing. We gotta unbury this upright piano here. All right. Okay. Wheel that out of the way. Got it? All right. Is there room for you to get it back here, do you think, Mark?
Yep.
If you want to drive the camera, let Mark drive the camera. Okay. Screw this off here. We have a really good protective color of dust on this piano. Very important to preserve its life. Okay. So you can just there. This here. All right. Let's see on this piano what happens if I push the left pedal. Look. That's kind of what you're talking about, but probably not that extreme, right? So there's a couple things you could do now that I'm looking at it. One is you could limit the throw of how far this goes up, your soft pedal. And on an upright, it's not really an unicorder pedal, it's a soft pedal because it just raises things, it makes it easier to play soft. But it's not going to change the tone color, right? Because it's still hitting in the same string grooves. It'll just go soft. So you could put a felt wedge right here to limit the throw. Look, I put my finger will simulate the wedge right here. You could just glue it on there. Now look, the keys aren't really moving, maybe just a couple. And the reason is, like you guessed, the bridle straps here, once these, because look, what does this do? This rail lifts the hammers closer to the strings, right? And when it gets to a certain point, it pulls on some of these. Okay, just grab the bridle wire, bend it forward a bit, right? And then I apologize if you already, came to that conclusion or you know it, but just in case someone doesn't know what bridle straps are or bridle wires, these are them. You can just adjust them somewhat. Now you just have to make sure they're not going to hit the wire of the note next to them, that they're aligned in such a way that they won't. Now, this group that I bent up, notice, look, it doesn't move so much. Let's do this one here. Okay. See this F and this G moving? Just go like so, like so. And you can bend those up as far as you want, as long as they don't make a click. So that, let's see, this F, I can bend it up in between there if I wanted. But look, if I lift this, it should start to lift it about halfway to the string. And look, where I adjusted it, it did. Look at that. Look at that. That's interesting. So, this piano needs to be regulated. Look, the checking's far too back. By the time this piano was regulated, my guess is you could align those just beautifully, but you don't have to regulate the whole thing. Maybe a combination of a felt wedge and bending the wires, but bending the wires isn't going to hurt anything. Like I said, worst case, it'll just make a click and you have to scoot it over to the left or right. And you can do it with your fingers. But maybe a combination of those two. But if for me, and maybe you're the same, you probably want extreme contrast. And the closer it gets those hammers to the strings, the softer it'll be, right? So that's a great question. Luckily, we had this piano to kind of show on it. Does that, and hopefully that answered it thoroughly. Let us know if it didn't. Dusty over here.
Great help.
Okay, good. Glad to hear it. We're gonna do an upright regulation class on this piano because it's in regulation-wise. We'll get to visit everything, I think, and we'll film it, we'll stream it, and I'll try and do an announcement so people know when it's coming. It might just be me, Mark, and Landon. We'll see who's around. But
You could probably do a community post or something.
on yeah, I can you mean on
YouTube.
YouTube, yeah. So we will do that. Right.
I got you 2 pieces
Oh,
of wood.
this bit. What?
I got you 2 pieces of wood. I don't know if that's what
Yeah, that'll be good.
you're looking for.
Well, what we want to do is shave one off. That's only like a couple millimeters. So go on the bandsaw. So Mark's gonna go on the bandsaw and try and just shave us off this width. See where I chiseled it out?
Yeah.
It's 2 millimeters, a millimeter and a half. This direction. He's trying to just shave off a little bit of that.
So this cutting this way.
Yeah. So we stay in one piece of wood.
Okay. Can you show me how to use this?
Oh, it's been a while.
Yeah. I don't think I have to.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, about 2 millimeters. Okay, now I want to drill these holes out. And dowel them. So we want to punch a dowel in here in each of these with glue. Then they'll be ready to drill a new hole in. We don't even need to wait for the glue to dry or anything really.
I don't know if mine's any better.
Well, we'll see. At least we have 2 to work with if one breaks or something.
A little bit worse, but
Yeah, so this will be great.
maybe a little too big.
Oh, I didn't have enough glue in there. It disappeared somewhere. Put some on the shank here. Okay, I'm gonna grab a little cutting tool real quick. If you want, you can grab another hammer, shake out of that bucket, and just glue the other 3 in.
Did you put glue in the holes already?
Yeah, a little bit.
Am I supposed to put glue on the tip of the hammer shank?
Sure.
Okay.
tap it in. Just make sure it's all at the bottom. But I think these are easy to push in, right?
Yeah.
You just give a little tap. Yep, if there's lots of squeeze out, that's great. You know, and spin it usually when you go in, and
This one needs more probably, huh?
sure.
More glue.
Yeah, the holes are a little bit. If you can't get it out, then it's done. That's all right. Just tap it. Okay, cut these off. This blade is too wide for the thing here. I've done prettier jobs than that, but it's gonna work. And this is all out of sight anyway when you get it in the piano, really. But okay, so we're gonna just make sure that's good in there. Just chisel this even. Off the tops of those, so that it's flush. So far, so good. Okay. What was that? A can of something?
Upright piano.
Oh, the upright piano. It's talking to us. Okay, now we have the plate in its new position, further back a little bit. And we have these little pieces of veneer. This one I sanded, so it's a little bit. You can sand it more. You could, yeah, go cut another one thinner.
Okay.
Try and get as thin as you can. And I need to chisel out a little bit out of this corner. It's holding it up. Just a little bit. Okay. There we go. So now, oh, actually we got it. Actually, we got it. So I'm going to make a little mark here. And I'm going to cut this on my mark. Yeah, it actually I got this one to work. Tried to flag you down.
This one is better. Look.
It's better.
I'm just kidding.
Oh. Okay, there we go. And then we can chisel it. We can glue that in. We can chisel it off, whatever we need to do on that. I kind of want to confirm that it's in a good spot, but I think we're fine. Well, let's do this. Let's try and cut this right there. I'll be right back. That's not gonna work. Okay, just gonna do it on a block. Yeah. Trying to get this tiny little piece of maple off here without cracking it. Like that. Tell you what. Try again here. Right. Might want to grind that down, but that's fitting really well now. It's kind of wedged in there. I'm going to test it on the piano. You want to film it, Mark? I have to sand this down. It's actually rubbing it, or chisel it off. It's rubbing against the thing. See if we can do this. All right. Nope. I'm gonna try and sand it down. I've got a line on it now. We'll go on the sander. Alright, let's see if we can tell now where it's gonna hit right here. I wanted it kind of lined up with this ridge. Let's see if I move it around if it's there. I think that's it. Yay, we resumed. The stream froze, it did indeed. Our battery died. We were just checking. Okay, let me get to busy here. So I need, I know our phone is like not great, huh? But maybe I'll just aim it down there. Okay, I'm gonna just grab a skinny drill bit for a pilot. Okay, we're just gonna drill a little pilot in here, and we liked the distance that put the action, so I'm gonna go with it here. I'm gonna do a little punch in those holes. Grab the punch. Punch is toast. It's not metal. Okay. So, just filming the right thing. Okay. I'm just going to punch it to center these holes a little better. Just run a little pilot hole in there. In between the 4 of those screws, the wood piece holding it should hold. I think it's almost overkill how these are fit in here, but it would work. Now the only problem that could arise from me moving this is if for some reason I can't get the sostenuto to work now that the back of the action's closer to the back of the piano, if it interferes with parts. I'm pretty sure we'll be okay. We shall see. All right, 1 screw, 2 screws. So Mark, you're gonna look at the alignment of the hammers. Just push the keys, block them up against the strings and see where the strings hit on the hammers. And we want to center the group of strings basically on the hammers in that middle section. Pretty close to centered.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I would expect, because the way we install new hammers, we remove every other old shank and then put the new shanks in between, spaced in between the old hammers. Then we do the other half of the set. So by doing that, it gets us really close to the old alignment and saves some time. Sometimes we want to change the old alignment, of course, but yeah.
It's kind of hard to say because some of them, like it.
What about in the treble section? What are they doing in general?
Well, most of them, I think the keyboard needs to move to the right a little bit.
The whole keyboard?
Yeah.
So like there's more felt on the left side of the note, of the strings than the right?
Mm-hmm.
That's good, because I kind of wanted to move it that way anyway. And I'll show you why on the stream here. We'll move the camera to show it.
Yeah, I'd say that's the majority.
Okay. Now you do have to be careful, moving things too much, because one thing will affect another on the piano, right? Like, it could affect where they hit the dampers, but usually if you put things kind of where they should be based on all the parameters, if it was different from before, usually it works out still, or works out better than what was there. Okay, so we re-drilled these guys. They're plenty snug. We've got a little piece of veneer in here that's holding. In fact, I can't even get it out if I wanted to glue it. I mean, I could. Probably should. Let's see if we can. Okay. Oh, good. Okay. Oh, that's all right. Even though it broke, we'll still put the pieces in, and it'll be like it never broke, because there's going to be some glue in there. See? And you won't tell anyone. I won't tell anyone. No, it's not that
It is on the live stream, so.
Not that it matters. All right. No, it's not gonna matter one bit. Okay. So it broke that way. So how does it go together best? Not like that. Not like that. Like that. That's how it goes. Okay. I'm just gonna stick that guy back in there where he goes. Stick his friend next to him. With that glue, we won't even know that they ever broke. Okay. That is locked into place. So that's not bad. And it's flush. Screws are flush down there. Now, if you can turn the camera and zoom, Mark, so that we're tethered to the charge cord again today. But if I look and see the gap to show that. If I look and see how much gap is here, there ain't much. Right here between the cheek block and the first key. Okay, there we go. This finish is really durable, it'll polish great, but so not much gap. I'd like to see a little more gap. If I look over on this side, there's plenty of room for the action to shift over. Okay, plenty of room. And then we were looking at the hammers, and Mark was saying that, and I agree with him, that overall, if we move the whole action frame this way, the treble, it will benefit the hammer alignment. It'll be closer to where we want to be. It'll give us more gap here, a little less gap here, which is what I want to see. And so we're going to do it. So I'll show you how to do that if you don't already know. So I'm going to get another pipe thing. I'm going to grab the action out. Just throw it up here. Just right across here. You can just set it on this pipe. That's the way it is. Focus. I'm just going to set that up, standing that angle there. That's great. It'll stay. Okay, so we're going to get in here. When you have a sec, Mark, just feel me down here. We're going to pull off this left side stop block. Okay? And it usually, with this age of piano, it has 2 screws. Older pianos, it'll just have nails nailed in. You have to kind of pry it off, okay? First thing we're going to do, I think I have some new felt. I mean, this isn't bad. It just looks old. It'll still function. But, you know, actually, I'm just going to sand it a bit just to clean it off for a second. And I'm just going to do that with... it's not hard and crusty or anything. It's not going to hurt anything. I don't think I'm going to gain much by putting a new piece on, even though we have new pieces if we wanted them. But what I am going to do is space this out from the piano so that action leans against this. It'll move everything to the treble side. So we'll get a piece of cardstock. And some scissors. There we are.
We're getting a 360.
Nothing to die, huh?
No, we're good.
Oh.
It charges pretty quickly.
Oh. Alright, I'm just gonna...
Have you ever, like, popped your finger and it, like...
Like a blood vessel? Like it stings?
No, like when your foot falls asleep, like the tip of my finger fell asleep.
Oh.
It's weird.
Yeah, I've had stuff like that holding tools for sure. I'm just joking, I really have not. We're just going to space things out a bit. I'm going to cut them a little more narrow so they're invisible virtually. That one's fine actually. This one's a little wide. Okay. So I'm going to glue those on there. And you can see the thickness is about 3 1, 2, 3 cards. Okay. Let's just dry fit it. See, dry fitting if it is what we want. Okay. In there, like so. And the screws will still go in. Oh, I lost the card. Okay. This gotta go there too. Okay. Pay no attention to the ringing phone unless it's the pizza man. Oh. Or your daughter, you got. Okay. I'll call her back. Alright, so we're gonna see spacing it out just that much. I want that pretty tight in there and snug, so it's a solid stop for the action. Alright, we're going to see if that's enough. You want to stick the action back in there?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Do you use 3 or 2 fingers?
Oh, that's how it got numb?
Yeah, because it's
I
holding
hold
it.
like this. Just, it's harder on a 9-foot. This particular 9-foot's going to have a lot of lead in the keys, so it's even heavier than
I can
usual.
feel it.
Yeah.
It's a heavy one.
Yeah. Heavy makes light.
That's an interesting sound.
It's because the thing's on. Okay, we're gonna check out this alignment now.
Maybe it's a little.
Here, let me stick the. It's got flux in here. That's what I want to see. It might come a little farther. We'll see. There's still plenty of room for it to shift over what it needs to. Safety room on this side. It's almost like perfectly aligned in the base in general. The treble, we're going to want to move them over just a little bit to the left. Some of those are just perfect already. Okay, I think I want to. I think I don't want, like you said, you were thinking it was a little far. Is that what you were thinking?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to actually move it just back a little bit. I like this gap, but I'm going to eliminate maybe one of those cardstocks papers. So we'll go ahead and do that. Take out one thickness of those, which wouldn't seem like it would do much, but I think it'll put us just right. Because a lot of what was there, I was liking the way it was lining up. So this will just kind of take it Just a touch back. Not a touch back, just a touch back. We don't get any points for this. Okay. Right. Stick that in. Mark's the action man tonight.
You'd prefer not.
Action man. Let's see, do we have a question? Back. Jeffrey Boyle's back. Welcome, Jeffrey. We're back as well. See, what you gotta do, look. See, this is tricky on a knife, but this isn't perfect. And you're okay. Yeah, is the keyboard has to be straight with the front of the piano, not the, because those, they slant backwards away from us, but this is straight. You gotta stick this in before you make your call.
I'm a cheater.
You're close, but you know.
Or delusional.
Okay, I'm liking it.
So this is
So just grab the glide and move it front and forward and back until it drops down. Wherever it needs to go to drop down.
I feel like it's in.
Oh, I thought you said it wasn't getting in.
Well, now, right? It did feel
Oh,
like it,
okay.
but I guess.
So I'm gonna show you this hammer alignment. It's pretty good. It's hard to tell on a camera sometimes, but because it doesn't have two eyes. But this is pretty good. I want more felt on the left side in those, and I want those pretty well centered, just like they are. I'm gonna move them, of course, to refine it, but for a starting point, this is really great. I'll have to move those over to the left a little bit. These are almost right on average. These are just about right on average. Just a little bit of movement either way. So this is really nice, actually. You know, you kind of have to look right here where the lens is going to be straight on with the strings. Okay, good. Okay, I want to, can you hold this actually? I just want to show where we came from. Even though no one's logged onto the stream right now. If whoever watches it later, can you come from this? We're going to film here. We're going to show the distance because we custom hung this set of hammers and this set of hammers in these sections differently than the rest, okay? They had to be hung further this way towards the pianist. So that means they were further that way. So if we push the action back, that'll kind of simulate where they were. That's kind of the sound we were getting. Now as I bring it forward. Hear it's louder there. Now this section had to come this way even more, like twice as much. So if I go as far back, it has a certain quality to it, kind of a nasal quality, a pinched quality to me. And then it opens up. So now the scale seems, it has a quality now across that's very similar and has more tone and sustain. It sounds very like similar, like one instrument. Before it was like three different instruments. And then the bass, of course, is. Now this was a little bit different, and this is more subtle. I don't know if this will pick up on there, but. It's bigger when I move it back. So watch. We'll let that die down for a sec. But if I go there, it opens up as I push level this out where it's kind of like the action is more true to the case parts now, and the sound is just really big. It's really nice bass. Now this is the sound of the hammers. Of course, not aligning, not regulating, not having hardened them at all. And it's a pretty good foundation of a sound for the belly. That'll transform as we harden those hammers and align. So now, I'm gonna get a drink of water and then start aligning the hammers. Is anyone with us, Mark?
I think so, but I don't. It's not registering it.
No questions or anything, right?
No questions.
Okay. So for aligning this, first I gotta get my drink of water. So we'll plug it in here. Okay. This will be good, Mark, because you're here. You can show the camera underneath and see also how it lines. That cool? All right. So as I block these up against the strings, I'm not going to be moving the hammers in the bass much, but when I do, I'm going to be moving the hammers this direction towards the treble. And that's hard to see from the fisheye camera, but like this one, I'm gonna, I'll bring the hammer to the right just a little bit because there's hardly any left. It's not gonna affect the tone. It's just more for that I can get consistent alignment across the section. And then so that when we get 2 hammers and 3 hammers, when it moves over with the unicorda, it'll still hit, okay? Just about, anyway. So, anyway, if I'm moving most of the hammers towards the treble, I want to start from the very left side and work my way to the right so that I don't have to repeat what I'm doing, okay? So I'm reaching my screwdriver down here in between the flange, and you can totally see that, right, Mark?
Yep.
I'm just prying, and look, it moves the hammer. You can show how it moves the hammer. Watch, I'll pry to the right, or I'm prying to the left and it moves it to the right, okay? So I'm gonna put this right about there. Actually, right about there, okay? So there's a little bit more felt showing on the left than on the right side of the hammer. Now I'll do the next one. Okay. And so on. Except for that one, that's a little tricky to align right now, but we can do it. We can do it. Just make it the same as the others. Okay. This one. That one feels a little loose, even though I tightened the screws. I might want to check, the screw on that one. I'll keep scooting these over. And we align for maximum clearance between parts and that it hits the string in the appropriate place for good voicing with the natural position and the shifted position. So this one I'm just going to put right there. Kind of hang him on the edge. Same thing here. Just about right there, okay. I might move this guy over a little bit. I'm going to cheat him over just to get better even spacing, probably. Carry on. It's really nice when you put new hammers on and you don't change out the let-off buttons. Usually, as those the old hammers wore down, the let-off had to be raised and raised and raised. So when you stick the new hammers on, they're blocking up against the strings, which actually is really nice for regulation because you can just push the key and it blocks. Okay. So I'm kind of going back and forth between these two. If you can see, I'm trying to scoot them and get them both in the right place, but they kind of are affecting one another, but that's okay. I can pull the action out, and normally I would do this two-handed. I'll scoot that guy over. There we go. There, I like that. Now I'll move on. Move this over. Gonna keep that one there. I like him there, actually. Let's move this guy. Okay. That guy seems really loose, huh? No, he's okay. He's all right. All right, I'm gonna move him like that, and move this next one same way. Okay. I'm looking at the strings, and I'm looking at the felt on the left side of the left string, that it's consistent, so that when I press the unicorda pedal, it'll do the same thing from hammer to hammer, okay? And also, it'd be nice if I didn't miss a string. And this isn't too hard to do. It goes pretty quick when you get used to it. Okay. Go back now to this one. Okay. Move him over. Move him over. Move him. Oh, oops, wrong one. Move this guy over. That's what I wanted to do. Okay, and then the last one needs to go over. I have to just kind of push against him. I don't have anything to pry against down below, so. All right, so that's pretty good. It's really hard to tell the true alignment again from that camera view, but they're really consistent, and there's consistently slightly more felt on the left side than the right side of each hammer. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and hit the keys. It'll be really loud. You might as well move the thing back. And then we'll just look at it again, see how it held. And it held pretty good. There's a couple things that moved on me here, like this guy. This guy moved a little bit, and then there was another one I saw. It was this one right here moved a little bit. So, but just a little bit. I'll raise him up, over. Oops, got the wrong one. Okay.
Hey,
Okay,
Aaron, I'm
you gonna
probably
head?
gonna head out.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll see you, Mark.
All right, see you on Monday.
Thanks. Mark's gone. Mark, Jeffrey enjoyed your playing.
I appreciate it.
All right, there goes Mark. So that is the alignment of the bass. Now I'm going to align these centered on the strings. Okay. Scoot things over a bit. Bring the camera at maximum height here. Okay, I'm going to be scooting that middle section over then. But I'm going to show down below where the screwdriver works the flanges here. And let's see if that's a good view. All right, so I'll kind of show you under there where I'm reaching, hopefully. Okay, that's pretty good. So I'm going to reach under here. I'm going to just push this hammers up to the strings. And I'm basically, on this piano, again, I'm centering the group of strings on the hammer. And I'll show you what that looks like once we're through here. Yeah. We're pretty close to already there. Just making subtle changes here. Subtle, subtle. Now on these I want to go right to left actually, because I'm moving most of them to my left. And so I'm going to affect the hammer to the left of it when I pry the flange. So that's why I want to move the left direction so I correct what's been affected, and then I only have to do it once for the most part. Okay. Looking pretty good here. Pretty good. Just about got it here. Alright. I might even cheat a little bit, you know, to the other side, so that just so it doesn't, I don't want it to miss the left string when we push the unicorda pedal on this piano. Alright. Just kind of going back and forth, working these flanges the way I want. I kind of close one eye for me when I align like this. Okay, I'll show you what it looks like up top. The way I'm aligning them anyway for this piano. So there, we've got them more or less centered. Some of them have moved a little bit. Again, like those a little bit less felt on the left side. Yes. Yep, coming. Hello. Thank you. Good night. Okay. Yes, that was the pizza man. All right, so anyway, I lost. Okay, so I pretty much got them aligned where I want. I want to move a few over, like that one's got not enough felt on the left side, right? This one, same thing a little bit. They've moved over just a little bit. That one's okay. That one's great. But some of them have moved a little bit to the right. So I'm gonna work them over one more time and see what we have. Okay, let's see what we got. To me, this is critical because it makes it possible to sound really good, get the piano sounding really good in every position, both normal and una corda, okay? Okay, I'm gonna hit the keys. I'm gonna hit the keys kind of loud and see if our alignment, you know, kept up here. I'll just keep you down here because that's kind of where the action is with those flanges there that we're spacing. But, I'll show you what we got there. There. I like how much felt. Well, this one is a little extreme, I guess. Let me just pick at it here a little bit. This piano's going to be played really forcefully. The 9-foot piano. You know, I want to make sure the alignment's going to be stable. Let me hit the strings really hard again. I'll try and mute them this time for us. Just want to see it's going to be stable. Okay. That's what I want. That's what I want here. So it's looking really stable. I'm looking at how much felt is on the left side of the left string. I will be able to adjust the una corda so that it doesn't miss that left string now, and that's what I want on this piano. So we're going to be working on this section, same thing. And if you'll notice, the spacing of the hammers is getting pretty even, you know, with some slight differences that can be fixed, no problem. So reach in under the keep right to the flange there. If they're not all having to move the same direction, you kind of just have to go back and forth to fix them all. No quick way to that. Do that anyway. Okay. It's not loud, is it? Okay, really close on that. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and pound those in. Right. Okay, that's pretty darn consistent. Let you take a peek up here. So again, we have enough felt on the left side to shift over and not miss the left string. And they're pretty well centered, sometimes cheating a little bit the other way. But they're pretty consistent for the most part, how they're aligned, you see. Okay, now we'll move on to the treble. Same story. And yeah, I think let me get in here and zoom in a bit here. See if you can get a better view. Okay, let's see what we have up here. Okay, most of these need to go to the right, so we'll start on the left side. Now in these sections, the strings aren't fixed, so I might end up needing to align the strings a little differently depending on things, so we'll kind of take a look. If I see one that already just going through it that needs to be tweaked, I'll just tweak it now. Sliding strings over a little bit. Getting even spacing with the strings too is an important thing. It's a little harder to show without a second cameraman, so I apologize for that. I'm sticking the screwdriver and spacing over. We rough space the strings when we're stringing, but some people are a little better at it than others, so there's always some work to do afterwards. Yep. So now I'm going to take a look at the string spacing from this side here. And mostly looking at this section. I'll zoom in here a bit. So you can see the consistency of the spacing on that, hopefully. And I'm going to look at it from this side view. And if I want to make an adjustment here, I'll get on top and pry the string over with my screwdriver. And may go from this direction and pry the strings over a bit. Okay. I'll move that whole note over just a bit. This would be a good time to put in the damper guide rail, which goes under here. It'll kind of help guide me as I space the strings. So I may do that. We'll see. But I mean, I think it's moving along fine. Kind of don't want to interrupt the flow. Let's guess what's going on. Look, there's a slip. So I basically want the string to run a straight line, you know, from the bridge to the tuning pin where possible. And it's not totally possible to have that, but you get it as straight as you can. I think that helps with stability of the instrument. Yeah. Again, just spacing the strings, making them all parallel to each other. They're neighbors, I mean. What I mean by that is the right string of one note, they both come in at an angle because they're wider here and then it gets more narrow. So the angle of each right string should pretty much be parallel. Each right string should. Middle string should be parallel with middle and left with left. It doesn't always work out perfectly that way, but in general that's a good place to start from, and it generally works out. So just kind of line that up, and then there's the spacing up here where it goes over this bar, and I'm just trying to make that straight and uniform across there. Again, I think that helps with tuning stability, because the string's a little more at rest when it's running a straight line. That's my theory anyway. Okay. Trying to move these where I want. It's not super easy. They're kind of stuck pretty good where they are. It takes a lot of force, and I don't want to, you saw me slip once. I don't want to slip. Where I can avoid it. Okay. When we're prepping our plates and we're doing our pin block, we grind the bar underneath there smooth so that old grooves don't define where we need to put the strings. That helps us clean up the sound, I think. Let's get a fresh alignment. Okay. Strings are looking pretty good on this. Yeah. Okay. This is kind of fussy work that some people don't have the patience to do a good job on. But it really makes it look nice and function well. Sets the stage for even voicing. Yep. Okay. That's pretty good on that first section. I'm going to work on the top section now. Again, I like to work from this side, looking down. I feel like I can see more clearly looking down over the top of the string whether it's running a straight line or not. Just the way my eyes work. It's looking pretty good. I also want the three strings spaced evenly from each other so that when the action shifts, it hits kind of the same spot. Okay. So in case you couldn't tell, there's a lot of work involved with putting a piano together. Pretty labor intensive. I'm about ready, I think, to call it night at this point. I have to work tomorrow a little bit, so I might want to have some time at home a little bit before bed. Excuse me. Okay, so the strings are aligned at least. And then we'll check the hammer alignment more. But I'm going to check see if anyone had anything they wanted addressed here in the chat, but it doesn't look like it. So I am going to call it a night and sign off to all who tune into this. Thank you. And we will see you next time.